and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Ladies, if you're a person who continually pours out, you won't want to miss this upcoming event. October 13, 14, and 15 at the Holiday Inn and Suites in Ocean City, Maryland, where we have a power-packed lineup of ladies who are going to pour into you. If you need to increase your impact, your influence, and your income, this is the event for you. Don't miss the power of sisterhood. These ladies coming from around the world to network and connect with you. Don't miss it. How do you get the information? Glad you asked. Go to barbarahsmith.com and click the link. All the details there. Don't miss Sisters Inspire Sisters to Advance, October 13, 14, 15 at the beautiful Holiday Inn and Suites in Ocean City, Maryland. What you know and I know together can change the world. I want to see you there.
Did you know that our black dollar only lasts for 6 hours in our community? Yet other communities, their dollars last for 19 to 30 days.
The Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation. Yes, that's why we created the Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation is a centralized directory available to all black businesses across the world. It was created for businesses like you, the ones that want to start and the ones who have a dream that have already started, such as businesses like Drop in a Bucket Productions, Valito Foods, Sugar Tea Branding Firm, All the Dazzle, Bun Cakeaholic, Miss Riot, and you. We'll have marketing, seminars, and some funding coming soon just for you. So, we want you to come and join us. www.blackwallstreetnation.com. See you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to Black Business Network. My name is Spiritual Teak, and I'm your Black Business moderator for this afternoon on Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders around the world. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. I am pleased to present to you your next keynote address speaker, Ms. Kat Corchado. Kat is a national consultant and trainer with the Women's Veteran Network. She volunteered and was chosen as one of the original peer leaders with the Woven program in 2017. She's helped lead over 15 in-person and most recently online peer groups, and she did one of the first Woven online peer leader trainings. She's an advocate and champion for all women veterans and helps them to navigate the transition process from active duty to civilian, which is why Woven was a perfect fit. Prior to her position with Woven, Kat retired from the USA Air Force at Charleston, AFBC, South Carolina, where she spent her entire career in communications and retired as a project manager in communications. Help me bring to the stage, Kat Corchado. Are we there? Oh, there you are.
I'm here. I had a little trouble with the button. You know what I'm saying?
I get it. It's the world of IT, but we're still going to make it happen, Kat. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing so well. Thank you for that great introduction. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone who is here today. So you heard a little bit about how I volunteer for the Women Veterans Network because of my military service. But I'm going to do a little bit of a different introduction. So I am the freaking fabulous Kat Corchado. You already know I'm a proud military veteran, but I'm also the founder of Small Space Pilates. It's an online community where you can feel fit and fabulous and rediscover your fabulosity via online classes and videos. I'm also the host of the Sisters in Service podcast that features all military members, but specifically women, where we get to speak on the good and the bad and ugly, things that happen to us while we're in service and out of service. So today, I want to talk to you about the incredible benefits of starting an 11-minute exercise routine and how it can enhance your health and wellness. I know, 11 minutes, right? But I also want to tell you my fitness journey first. My fitness career started in the military. As a single mother, I needed some extra money to make it to the next pay period because contrary to popular belief, we don't get paid a whole lot of money. At each duty station, I would always find a fitness facility off the base, even though there was a gym on base. It was in 1984 that I was asked to take over a fitness class. Why me? I'm still not sure, but I do know I was the fitness geek who was always at the left or right of the instructor, in the front row, doing the moves just like the instructor. Yeah, I was that person. I have been privy to every fitness trend since then, including high and low impact aerobics and everything in between. I, of course, naturally progressed to personal training, but soon realized that personal trainers were a dime a dozen. So to stand out, I enrolled and became an apprentice in a Pilates program. So if you've done the math, you already know I've been in the fitness world for 39 years. So I look pretty good for 82, right? Okay, just joking. I'm not 82. I just turned 66. So my clients have included young adults, midlife adults, and older, pre and postnatal, and those that have missing limbs. I have had the pleasure of working with stroke victims, professional athletes, dancers, and Olympic hopefuls. My point in telling you this is that all of these people understood their why in starting and maintaining a fitness regimen. We all know that fitness is essential to our quality of life, and finding the time and motivation to exercise can sometimes be a challenge. Life can and will get in the way of not only your fitness goals, but all of your goals. So like any other goal in life, we find a way to overcome that obstacle, except when it comes to health, wellness, and fitness. So we start a fitness routine, right? Think New Year's resolutions. We write down all those things we want, and then we stop. It's hard. I don't have the time. I don't have the patience. I don't have the equipment. Pick a reason. So I want to ask you, what is your why for starting or stopping? Is it time? Is it not enough? Lack of equipment? Or maybe not having a place to work out? Sometimes it's our own beliefs that get in our way. How many times have you heard this from your family? You know that blank, fill in the blank, high blood pressure, diabetes, whatever, runs in our family. So you start mentally to believe that this indeed will happen to you, right? What if I told you that your mindset, along with your health and wellness, could, in a lot of cases, delay or offset that preconceived condition? Now, having and maintaining a fitness routine can't and won't fix major illnesses. I'm not even going to go there. But things like diabetes, type 2, high blood pressure, etc., absolutely big fat yes. I had a conversation with a gentleman once who told me, why should I bother? I'm just going to die anyway. I pushed back a little by saying this. What if you had a stroke or a heart attack, but you didn't die, but you were unable to take care of yourself, and now your family, parents, children, etc., have to do that for you? Do you really want that for your family? He didn't give me an answer, but maybe I gave him something to think about. When we think of getting in shape, we think about fitting into a new outfit for an occasion or a vacation, or we think about how many pounds we want to lose. What if we just thought about being better about taking care of ourselves, making ourselves a priority? We prioritize everything else but us. Big old capital US. Think about it. We prioritize our jobs, our kids, our family, our spouse, our business. All I am asking for is 11 minutes of your time to start and or maintain a fitness routine. Now, I know you're wondering if 11 minutes is enough, but what if I told you that the hardest workout I have ever completed to date lasted 15 minutes? My workout started with the warm-up, not part of the 15 minutes, by the way, followed by 1 minute of squats, 1 minute of push-ups, 1 minute of lunges, and ab work. 1 minute rest, rinse, and repeat. Try it. I dare you. An 11-minute workout can be a game changer. First and foremost, let's discuss how starting an 11-minute exercise routine can enhance your health. We all know that regular physical activity has been proven to reduce the risk of chronic diseases such as heart disease, diabetes, and certain types of cancer. By dedicating just 11 minutes of your time to exercise, you can significantly improve your cardiovascular health, strengthen your muscles, and boost your immune system. Now, I know everyone who's listening has 11 minutes, right? Now, let's tackle the other excuse, not knowing what to do exercise-wise or what is appropriate for your body. So this is where a personal trainer or online classes come into play. Rather than guessing about what you need exercise-wise, is time-consuming. It can lead you down the wrong path. Think of all the fitness things that have happened, and you tried it, it worked for a week or maybe not, and you just either gave it away or gave it to Goodwill or something happened with it. It's in a garage somewhere. A trainer can and will take into account your fitness level, your goals, and formulate an exercise regimen to fit your body right now. As a trainer, I have clients that I train online, and this is also an option if going to the gym is not an option for you. Some people still aren't going to the gym because of COVID and don't want to be a part of the gym. So if you're one of those people that think everyone's looking at you and you don't want to be there, do it online. I have many clients online and it's a one-on-one. But if you're not into one-on-one, there are also many class formats online. The best way to know is to try. Many online sites have complimentary classes or a week of classes for you to try. Last but not least, our mindset can hold us back. You have to believe that you are worth the time to invest in yourself. We are all not comfortable with being uncomfortable. But if you look back on your life, I am sure there are times that were very challenging to you, but you overcame and are here to speak about it. Think about how uncomfortable it is starting and maintaining a business. Talk about being uncomfortable, learning things that you never learned before, putting yourself in an environment that you think, oh, good grief, I'm not going to make it. Oh, and by the way, you have to be healthy if you plan on your business being successful, because we all know entrepreneurship is not for the faint of heart. But why is fitness essential to our quality of life? Well, staying active not only improves our physical health, but also has a profound impact on our mental well-being. We have all heard or even witnessed in our own family or friends instances of early onset Alzheimer's or dementia. So when you work your body, you are also helping your brain. Engaging in regular exercise releases endorphins, also known as the feel-good hormones, which can help reduce stress, anxiety, and symptoms of depression. It can also improve our sleep patterns. Let me stop right there for a second. Let's talk about sleep. So we go out, we buy the most expensive bed, the pillows, all the bells and whistles and toys to help us sleep. But is it helping you? What we want to put in place is a sleep routine. Having a sleep routine can help us sleep better by signaling our brain that it's time to get ready for bed. I, for instance, use essential oils with a diffuser to help along with a sleep mask. Sometimes I use meditation and or something called binaural beats to help me sleep. Binaural beats work with your brain waves to increase your ability to go and to stay asleep. Exercise also helps increase our energy levels and enhance our overall mood and self-confidence. So let's dive into some types of activities that you can try doing your 11-minute workout routine. I would be remiss if I did not remind everyone to make sure you're cleared by your physician and or physical therapist to work out. There's nothing worse than starting a workout routine and then having an injury, and then you're backtracked even more. So when you get your clearance from your doctor or your physical therapist, you always start off slow. Because remember, it's not the activity, it's the recovery that's the problem. So I'm sure all of you could go out there and do high intensity workouts, but then it's going to take you a week or two to recover. We don't want that. I don't want that. Remember, the key is to find activities that you enjoy and that suit your fitness level. So you can start with a brisk walk with a friend or with your dog. People with pets usually are in better shape because you have to go outside with your dog and walk your dog. Well, you don't have to, but it's a good idea. You can also jog, which is a great way to get your heart rate up and improve your cardiovascular endurance. But jogging isn't necessarily where I would start. If you prefer something more intense, you can try high intensity interval training, also called HIIT. Now, don't get scared. HIIT workouts involve short bursts of intense exercise, followed by brief recovery periods. This type of workout can be done with body weight exercises like squats, push-ups, and burpees. And just a note here, and full transparency, I don't and never will do burpees. I don't like them. I won't do them. So there you go. Or even with simple equipment like resistance bands or dumbbells. If you're looking for a low impact option, you can explore activities like yoga or Pilates, which focuses on flexibility, balance, and core strength. By the way, in Pilates, you don't have to be super flexible. You don't have to be a dancer. You don't have to be in sports. You just have to have a body that you want to work out. And it's a nice way to get started. It's a bridge. So think, for instance, anyone, or maybe some of you that are listening have had an injury. Maybe you were playing tennis, maybe you were a jogger, whatever your sport was, and you had an injury. You got cleared by your PT to continue, but there's this gap here. The gap is where your injury stopped, and here is your activity here. What do you do in between? What do you do to get over here? Pilates is that thing, because it's going to help you get stronger. So these exercises can help improve your posture, increase your range of motion, and promote relaxation and mindfulness. Additionally, if you enjoy dancing, try a quick dance routine or even join a virtual dance class. Dancing not only burns calories, but also allows you to express yourself creatively and have fun while exercising. If you're an entrepreneur, you already know that we sit a lot. I had a supervisor tell me when I was active duty that sitting too long makes you stupid. But think about it. What is the longest time you have been sitting? 1 hour, 2 or 3, back-to-back meetings? How does your body feel? And even more important, how's your brain functioning? So if you've been doing back-to-back meetings and someone calls you and says, hey, give us some information about whatever, how clearly can you think? Can you think of something? That's a sign that your body's been sitting way too long. Or maybe another sign is this: your body starts to hurt. Do you ever shift in your chair side to side? You're leaning forward, leaning back, trying to find a comfortable position. So what if you just took a short dance break in between meetings? Put on your favorite playlist and go for it. I can tell you that I have put this 11-minute workout into play, especially when I have back-to-back meetings with a short break in between. I live in a condo that has very long hallways, and you can bet that I make use of those hallways, walking up and down for 11 minutes, trying to get in as many steps as I can and as fast as I can with good and proper form. Starting an 11-minute exercise routine can have a tremendous impact on your health and wellness. So by dedicating a small portion of your day to physical activity, remember 11 minutes, you can enhance your cardiovascular health, boost your mental well-being, and improve your overall quality of life. And so remember to choose activities that you enjoy and that suit your fitness level right now. And most importantly, have fun while staying active. It doesn't matter what you do. If you're not having a good time doing it, why? So find something that you like to do. Now let's talk about the detrimental effects of not working out on our bodies. In our fast-paced modern lives, it's easy to neglect our physical well-being and prioritize other aspects of our lives. It's easy to just say, I'm supposed to work out today, but I'd rather go have drinks with friends. I'd rather go to the movies. I'd rather do whatever. The consequences of not engaging in regular physical activity can be severe and far-reaching. First and foremost, not working out can lead to weight gain and obesity. And when we don't exercise, our bodies don't burn as many calories, and any excess energy is stored as fat. Yeah, chew on that for a minute. Here's a fun fact. Did you know that after the age of 30, you can lose 3 to 8% of your muscle mass? Like, yeah, whatever. Doesn't seem like much. But if you consider that about half of our body is made up of muscle, then that number seems quite large. If you think about it, muscle mass helps our metabolism, which also helps us burn calories, lose weight, lose all of that. So all of this ties in. Over time, this can lead to a significant increase in body weight, which in turn puts us at a higher risk for a myriad of health problems, including, like I said before, heart disease, diabetes, and joint issues. So I'm going to pause here because one of the reasons that I started working out was I was an athlete, and after high school, there really wasn't anything else to do. I did play sports in the military. The one thing I do remember is my mother hated sports and she did not work out at all. And I saw my mother yo-yo up and down weight-wise. She would lose weight, she would gain weight. And even at my very best, when I tried to get her to exercise, and I have bought her, okay, I'm going to go back, y'all, CDs. Remember those? I bought her a walking program on a CD for Christmas. And about a month later, I called her and asked her how it was going. And she said she hurt her knee, walking indoors, mind you. And so watching my mother, I knew what I didn't want health-wise. And now that I see my mother in her 80s, I'm so glad I started my fitness routine when I did. My mother is overweight. She has heart issues. Her brain cognitivity isn't what it should be. And I know that I don't want that. So when you start your routine, it's not about fitting into an outfit. It's not about losing weight. It can be. But also think about where you want to be 10, 20, 25 years from now. So not working out can have a negative impact on our cardiovascular health. Regular exercise helps to strengthen our heart and improve our blood circulation. So I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. Without regular exercise, our heart muscles weaken, our blood vessels become less efficient at delivering oxygen and nutrients to our organs. And this can also lead to high blood pressure, increased risk of heart attacks and strokes, and overall reduced cardiovascular fitness. Again, this isn't news. You guys have heard this also. In addition to the physical effects, not working out can also take a toll on our mental well-being. Not working out can lead to a decline in muscle strength and flexibility. As we age, our muscles naturally weaken, and without regular exercise, this process can be accelerated. Weak muscles can make everyday tasks more challenging and increase the risks of falls and injuries. So think about getting up out of a chair. You get up, you get down, you take it for granted. What if you couldn't? And by the way, how many of you, when you do get up out of a chair, use your hands to help you up instead of using your legs? I just thought I'd toss that out there. Lack of exercise can cause our joints to become stiff and less mobile, leading to decreased range of motion and increased discomfort. So as we get older, we tend to think of our knees popping and creaking, or we get up in the morning, our back doesn't feel exactly the way it should. And we say, oh, I'm getting older. Are you? I mean, we are. As we sit here, we're getting older, but are you really going to put it on the fact that you're getting older? Or are you going to put it on the fact that maybe you're not moving as much as you should? So how well will you be able to move in the next 10 to 20 years? It's something to think about. Maybe you want to get on the floor and play with your grandkids. How many of you can get on the floor now and get up off the floor? So the getting down isn't the problem, it's the getting up. Physical activity is not only essential for our physical health, but for our social well-being. Engaging in fitness activities allows us to connect with others. We all need connection. Think about COVID, when we couldn't exchange ideas person to person, and we all got Zoom fatigue, or maybe we still have Zoom fatigue. But it helps build relationships. It helps to foster a sense of community. It provides us with a sense of accomplishment and boosts our self-esteem. Now, when you start working out, nothing is perfect. As my business coach tells me, messy is beautiful. Start messy. It can be one exercise a day and you add on. You're trying to increase your upper body strength and you don't have weights, do push-ups against the wall. I know. You think it's not a big deal. Try it. I will tell you right now that it's a little bit harder than you think. Start small and work your way up from there. But after your workout, no matter how hard your workout is, you get this sense of, whoa, I did it. And then you carry that energy, that boost of energy, that sense of accomplishment and self-esteem into everything else in your life. But it's specifically our business, our family, our friends. They start noticing, hey, you look different. You sound different. You're more upbeat. I tell my clients all the time how well they're doing. Oh, you're doing great. And they're like, oh, you're supposed to say that. No, I'm not supposed to say that. And I won't say it unless I feel it. But what I mean by good job is the fact that they came in with a positive attitude. They did the workout. They didn't complain. And we had a great time and a little bit of laughter along the way. Yeah, that's a good job. That's a job well done. And so when you do things like that, it starts to increase your metabolism. You start to feel good. You get on the scale, you notice, because your mind isn't on losing weight, you found that you've lost a couple pounds. And people start to notice, wow, you look great. The best compliment a woman can get is from another woman. God, your hair looks great. God, you look awesome. Where'd you get them shoes? You look fantastic. I can tell them all day long how great they are, how great they're doing. But when someone else notices, a family member, a friend, a colleague, a coworker, it seems to mean a little bit more. So in conclusion, the effects of not working out on our bodies are significant and wide-ranging. From weight gain, an increased risk of chronic diseases, to decreased cardiovascular health and mental well-being. The consequences are undeniable, and it's crucial that we prioritize regular physical activity in our lives to maintain a healthy body and mind. So let's lace up our sneakers, hit the gym, or go for a run and reap the countless benefits that exercise has to offer. It doesn't have to hurt. It should always feel good. And if you have a trainer and it doesn't feel good, let your trainer know. I can always help people in giving you ideas on how to choose a trainer, because a lot of us choose people that look good, right? Well, that person has a great body. Let me ask them to train me. Just because someone looks good in the gym, all that means is that they're good at training their body. Okay. I've heard many horror stories of people who got someone who looked good and didn't know what they were doing, and the clients ended up getting hurt. It's real. So when you hire a personal trainer, or you want to hire a personal trainer, you should interview them, just like you would interview anyone else who may be watching your kids. You don't just grab anybody off the street. You're going to interview them, ask them certain questions. So certain things that you could ask a trainer is, are you available at the time and day that I want to train? How much are you for your sessions? Are you available on weekends? Have you worked with someone who maybe you have a knee injury, a back injury, maybe you've just had surgery? These are all major questions to ask. And so the other thing you can do is watch people. If you do go to the gym, watch trainers who are already training someone, because you'll see them in there working out with people. Are they on their phone doing this, are they yelling at them? And by the way, what kind of trainer do you want? Someone who yells at you, boot camp style? Yeah, not me. I'm not that person. Or do you want someone who's going to talk to you and be your coach and encourage you to be better, but also encourage you in a way that makes you feel like you've made accomplishments, that you're making strides? And if also nutrition is a big deal for you, that's something that you want to incorporate into your workout, find a trainer who has a nutrition background. Always ask a trainer what their certifications are. They might say things like IFFB. They might say NASM. And you go, okay, now ask them what it means. How long have they been certified? The other thing you can also do is, how long have they been training? So if you're like me, I want someone who is in my age range, who's been doing it for a while. Like I said, I've been doing this for 39 years. I want someone who's been doing it long enough and understands my body, understands my nuances, understands the fact that I hate burpees and I'm not doing them. Someone that is your coach. So it's important to find out these things. And I don't know if any of you listening have ever asked these types of questions, but they're crucial to you being successful in your endeavor to work out. The worst thing you can do is just grab any trainer and you don't like them. They're not your flavor, so to speak, and not every trainer will be. And you just quit. So let's say, for instance, that you do get a trainer who's just not your flavor. It's okay to change. Tell them that they did a good job, but you need something a little bit more. Now, what you can do is, if they say, look, give me another chance, let me see if I can work this out. That's your choice. If you find that you really just are done, ask them to help you find another trainer. So when you do find your trainer, that new trainer, don't be hateful about the trainer you had. Just say it just didn't work out and you needed something a little bit more. And make sure you tell your whole story. The worst thing you can do is find a trainer and not give them all the information. I've taught classes where at the very last minute, someone said, oh, by the way, I just had back surgery. That's frightening to a trainer or even to someone teaching a class. So give them all the necessary information. You'll probably get a handout that you need to fill out, and it might seem tedious, but you need that information. Your trainer needs that information. If you're on medications, what types of meds When are you taking them? So if you have heart medication, there's certain things that maybe you can't do. If you're diabetic, there are certain things that your trainer needs to know. But also celebrate your wins, the days in a row. Now, when I say celebrate wins, again, I know all y'all went to how much weight you lost. Think about stringing along a week or two of being on time for your workouts, whether they're online, in a class, or a meeting with your trainer. That's called accountability. We are all accountable, even in our business. We're accountable to our clients. We're accountable to other businesses. Be accountable to yourself. Put yourself on the hot seat and say, you know what? I'm going to be accountable to me. Because in the end, what's going to show up is you. People are going to say, wow, you look amazing. How long have you been working out? Which brings to mind, I don't know if you've ever seen this woman on social media. She started working out in her, when I say working out, probably weights. She was doing weight training and cardio at around 70. And if I tell you this woman, as of today, has an 8-pack abs, oh yeah. So every time I think of, I don't want to work out, and yes, it does happen to me too, I just say, you know what? I'm going to do 10 minutes. And here's the reason for that. If you're truly tired, you cannot do 10 minutes of anything. Walking, weight training, whatever. You're just going to, all you can think about is going to bed. Whatever you're doing, stop it and just rest. But you know what happens 95% of the time is that you end up feeling better. You start to clear that cloud in your head. And it's almost like your brain has been revved up, like it just got some juice. And you're ready to go again. So a lot of times when you say you're tired, you don't know if you're physically tired or mentally tired. And the only way to know is to actually start walking, start working out. And if you're truly tired, your body will let you know. And speaking of your body talks to you all the time. Remember all the sitting, shifting in your chair? Your body's talking to you. But if you want to be accountable, but for whatever reason, your body is not cooperating. And what I mean by that is, you know, it's okay to be a little sore. If you are so sore that you can't move, that's a problem. But here's a fix. When you are sore like that, you want to do some gentle walking because your body builds up what's called lactic acid in the muscles. And it gets stuck in the muscles. And when that blood flow, that new blood flow from you walking starts to re-energize those muscles, and it helps that blood flow to release some of those toxins and for you to be able to feel better when you're working out. So I know I've talked a lot about things, stuff, fitness, wellness, things to do, things not to do. But what I want you to understand is that all of this is melded together. When you start to work out, you start to feel better. When you start to feel better, your chances of cardiovascular starts to decrease. Your muscle mass starts to increase. You start to burn calories. Your metabolism drives up. Do you see how this is building? So I wanted to talk about this because, and sometimes I feel like you guys have heard this and it's a broken record, but you know, sometimes we need that little kick in the butt. And I'm just going to say it. I need it sometimes because I forget. It's easy when you have clients, but sometimes to put that information to your own life is harder. But also doing all of these things. And let me say this first. I don't want you to do all the things at once. Okay. If you're not walking, but you want to start walking, then start walking. And then start adding time. So if you do your 11 minutes, you like this piece of cake, you've been doing your 11 minutes 2 or 3 times a week, you think, let me up this a little bit. So you're going to increase slowly. So let's say you're doing 3 times a week, 11 minutes. take one day and bump it up to like 15 minutes and then do 11 minutes the next 2 days and then keep doing that. Small increments so that your body understands and says, oh, okay, I got it. I understand what you're doing. If you do too much too soon, your body's going to talk to you, and not in a good way. It's going to yell at you. But also, when I think about working out, stretching is so misunderstood. We think of stretching as something that you do before or after workout, and it is. But how many times have you awakened in the morning and you go to get out of bed and you just feel like your body, your back maybe, doesn't feel good. It's cranky. What about doing some stretches in bed? Novel idea, right? You're laying down. You can release those back muscles as you're awake, and it helps you to wake up. It helps the blood flow. It helps your back. It helps your hips. So don't be afraid to just start with stretching. You can Google it. There's YouTube. There's all types of ways that you can actually put this into motion. So when you think about your business, how did you get in business? Where did you start? You started off with information, right? You started with, how do I do this? How do I get this online? How do I reach customers? How do I reach clients? So when I started my podcast, I knew nothing about podcasting. Zero. But I took a course. I said, you know what? Let me take a course and do this and see what happens. And I did. And I will be celebrating 3 years of my podcast in October. But it takes time. It takes patience. It takes continuity of keeping to do it. So let's say, for instance, you start your new workout. You've been working out for a month, 2 months, 3 months, and life happens. And what happens usually is that, depending on the life thing, what it is, because some of them are pretty heavy. Like, I had my mom come live with me for like 2 months. I didn't work out for 2 months. True story. But when it's over, we forget. We think, oh, now I have to start over. Don't think that way. Your body has what's called muscle memory. So when you start back, your body says, oh, wow, I remember that. And you start again. So never think of it as starting over. Think of it as a continuation. Because starting over is never going to be that hard ever again. And the better you get at it, the more you want to do, the more curious you get. What about this? This is new. Let me try this. Maybe you start walking and then you start running and then you start doing races. It's wide open of all those things that you want to do and that you can do. You just have to take it slow, and you have to make sure that your body's ready for it. So I will tell you this little tidbit real quick. I had a client who wanted me to teach her how to run. I'm not sure. I was like, okay. So we did a whole lot of walking and a little bit of running. And then pretty soon it was a little bit more running and less walking. And then pretty soon it was more running. I actually did my first half marathon, first and only, by the way, half marathon, and I finished. So take it slow. I hope that you got some tidbits out of this. I hope it helps. If not, let me know. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you might have. And I think my time's up.
Miss Kat, first of all, you are motivation. Okay. Thank you so much for everything that you just shared. I think you're an inspiration just listening to you, but you said 60 something. I said, what? No. Right. So that's an inspiration.
Yeah.
That just, you are a testimony of everything that you were saying. And I enjoyed everything that you shared today on Black Business Network. Thank you so much. So you are coaching. So I wanted to ask you, how do people reach you? What is the best avenue for the ones who are watching, the ones who would catch the replay? What's the best avenue to reach you?
Well, you can actually email me which is the easiest way. It's catc24@gmail.com. And just mention that you saw me here and that you have questions, and we can either do, a Zoom one-on-one or a phone call. And we can just, I can try to help any way I can. One of my mantras is fit together, stronger forever.
Oh, I love that.
And it's, I truly believe that we have the right to feel good in our bodies.
I absolutely love that. I love that. I love that. I love that. Can you just repeat your email one more time for us?
Yes, it's Cat, C-A-T, the letter C, the number 24@gmail.com.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Kat. We must see you again. Have a beautiful day. All right.
You too. Thank you for inviting me again. Bye, everybody.
Genius is coming. I'll see you on the other side. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below that says $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students, and students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors, NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Caroline, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shaney Global, Executive Women Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artist App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur. who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Did you know that our black dollar only lasts for 6 hours in our community? Yet other communities, their dollars last for 19 to 30 days.
The Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation. Yes, that's why we created the Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation is a centralized directory available to all black businesses across the world. It was created for businesses like you, the ones that want to start and the ones who have a dream that have already started, such as businesses like Drop in a Bucket Productions, Valito Foods, Sugar Tea Brandy Firm, All the Dazzle, Bun Cakeaholic, Miss Riot, and you. We'll have marketing, seminars, and some funding coming soon just for you. So, we want you to come and join www.blackwallstreetnation.com. See you there.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
All right. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaugh, CEO of 5-Star BDM. I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we are honored to have two stalwarts of the industry with us in cybersecurity. First, Dean Morgan, a seasoned expert in cybersecurity assessments, risk management, and SOX testing with a vast footprint across key financial sectors. And joining him is Dr. Weeks, a maestro in data privacy and security with hands-on experience interfacing with the European Union's regulatory powerhouses. Together, they bring over 4 decades of combined experience. Let's welcome Dean Morgan and Dr. Weeks to the stage.
Hey, Grant. How are you, sir?
I'm doing just fine. Look at these two fine gentlemen. How are you doing this evening?
Good. You're blessed. We're blessed. Happy to be here.
Well, I am happy you're both here. We're going to start this conversation off with something that is probably I'm going to talk about the elephant in the room. What do I mean by that? Is that when most people think of cyber security, think really of information technology as a whole, they're not seeing people who look like me and you. They're seeing others. You know, it's dominated by even other cultures, whether they'll be in India or Eastern Europe or other locations in Asia. Here we are in the US. You two have chosen cybersecurity as your profession. So my first question, and I'll give you both a chance to answer. I'll start with Dr. Weeks. Why did you start your profession in cybersecurity?
You know, I think cybersecurity is a key initiative for any organization. When we try to think of cybersecurity in the simplest term, right? When we start looking at where the outcomes or trend is going to be, I start looking at what are some of the fields for which you can kind of bring the value to an organization. And when we start looking at the field of cybersecurity, you know, it's an opportunity to bring your true self, right? Whatever expertise you may have from prior organization or industry that you've worked, to be able to bring that to the field. And then it represents a growing field, and being able to look at where the field is today and where it's going to go, it kind of behoove you to not be prepared to kind of undertake some of the opportunity that exists today within the industry.
These are interesting things. Now, both you gentlemen have island roots, I believe. I think St. Kitts and Jamaica. And I'm proud of you, really, what you've accomplished in your life. When I look at Dean, I'm like, wow, you've done so many things. I've watched you transition and morph and change, whether you were in the accounting world, the finance world, you got into the audit world, you got into cybersecurity. Tell us, why did you choose cybersecurity?
You know, people ask me that all the time, and I always tell them, if it wasn't for Dr. Weeks, from when we worked together, like a decade ago, it seems like, I used to audit him. And I had a fascination for just security and the things that security people did and the tool set and the mindset. Yes, I was an internal auditor. I got to the point where I started knowing all their findings and the recommendations, and it was just time to move on. And he allowed me to kind of shadow some of their processes and understand some of the terminology of things that they did. And it just grew, and it opened the door for me to get into an information security analyst seat, which allowed me to grow the director I was working for, and it just took off.
Well, that is interesting, because here's the intersection between finance and then information technology, which you took. Now, did you have to enroll in certain courses? Did you have to get, was it company training? Tell us what you had to do to begin to be able to apply for these types of positions.
Well, that's another good question, because a lot of training, seminars, mentorships with other cyber professionals, and it allowed me to grow. And of course, there's no better teacher than Deloitte and Touche. It's like on steroids, or a master's degree on steroids, I tell people. So at the firm, you get an opportunity to work with some of the most talented individuals in the country and the world. And of course, you're working with Fortune 500 companies, so you learn fast.
Well, I can see you learn very, very fast. And I know, Dr. Weeks, you just got your doctorate, but you are also pursuing a JD Juris Doctorate in I don't know if it's cybersecurity per se, but talk to us about that, and why did you take that up in order to impact policy?
So I think when I start looking, and I'm actually working on a JM first, I'm going to do the JD after that.
Okay.
But the reason why I kind of chose that field is, coinciding to what Dean attended reference to as well. I think the environment is changing, and one of the expertise that I think we can bring to the profession is being able to understand the individual on the other side, right? Laws are changing, regulation impact what we do every day. So not just wanting to have the technical skills, but being able to understand the regulation, where the market is, how the regulation is going to impact an organization that you may support, right? So I think being able to extend your knowledge, I'm a lifelong learner. I'm going to continuously trying to find ways to improve myself, sharpen my tools, and just being prepared. That's part of the whole focus of understanding where the industry is today, when the industry is going to go tomorrow, and regulation and the legal profession is going to play an integral part of that in terms of how an organization can protect themselves, what you can do and not do, and to be, be in compliance with regulation as it changes.
These are interesting facts. Now, we've got an audience out here, and some of them are kids. We're doing this for our K through 12 students. There's a lot of college students here, people that are early careers. We're looking at information technology, because right now information technology employs a lot of people, but there's, again, not a lot of people who look like us. Help us to demystify the industry and the IT sector, and so people aren't intimidated by, oh wow, I've got to be super smart, I need to have mathematics degrees, all these different things that they shy away from the profession. How would you encourage them to pursue a career in information technology?
When a lot of this start by mentorship, and we've talked about that a couple of times. And in order to get invested in this field, you need to first start showing an interest, right? When I started my journey, one of the things that I was blessed with is to be able to get mentors. I think there is a specific mindset as it relates to what cybersecurity represents in the industry today. And we've spoken about this in the past when you start talking about, not having enough talent. I think one of the things we need to start addressing is the whole, what is cybersecurity at the baseline? And a fundamental understanding is that you have the ability to bring in that which you know. Like Dean said, he audited me before when our path crossed. But the benefit of that exchange is having an understanding of what Dean is expecting of me kind of prepared me for an audit, right? When an auditor come in to audit your organization, I may not do it on a day-to-day basis, but just having some fundamental understanding in terms of what Dean's expectation of me from an organizational level helps me. When we look at it more broader in terms of individuals who may have an interest in the market, it's just about being inquisitive, right? You may be that individual who like to take things apart and put it back together, or just understanding how things work. There is obviously not a misnomer that everybody's a hacker in cybersecurity. That is just one part of the organization, right? You need to have individuals who may be skilled at identifying an issue, like Dean speak about in the past. As an auditor, he has the technical knowledge of understanding the way the things should work. So when he comes in and audit you as an organization or an entity, there's specific things that he's looking for. So if you come and say you're doing A, B, or C, he's going to ask you to prove it, right? And that's the strength of that side of cybersecurity and the ability to be able to identify that risk. And you need to be able to be in a position, from what Dean said, or as a person who's defending an audit, what is it that we're doing? Are we adhering to the things that we say we are? And can we prove it, right? And that's the whole litigation stuff. As a lawyer, lawyers are very mindful when they use specific words, right? So specific words mean specific things. And when you go into a contractual or litigational perspective, to be able to say, hey, or is this an addressable incident, or is this something you have to do, right? So then you go back to regulation and say, well, as per regulation, this is not something that you have to do, but it's something that's addressable. So there's a distinction in terms of some of the legal jargon that comes into play, and getting into the field. I think if you have a broad perspective in terms of, taking a mindset of what you're doing now, what is it you're doing in your specific career? What are your strengths, right? You've seen English majors coming into the field. I remember in previous organization that I worked on, our CTO had an affinity to individuals who work on the clinical side to be able to bring them back into IT, right? Because they understand the system of medicine and how patient care is delivered and how the system is supposed to work. So now when you peel back the system for those individuals, they're already starting half of the race, 50 yards down the line, right? Because they fundamentally understand patient care, the delivery process, and how that would tie. Now they're trying to come and understand my world on the technical side of how the system is now architected and set up. That's what makes those individual assets when they're ready to transition over into electronic medical records and being able to safeguard those kind of environments. They already bring that skill. So we kind of depend on come as you are, learn, invest that time. If you want to get into the field, who are the top 10 minds within the field? NISC has specific pathways that kind of, help you get into the field. What is it that you have a vested interest in? And then you could kind of map out your careers around that. And then obviously organizations that provide some guidance in that field as well too.
This is interesting. Dean, tell us about your role now and kind of what you're doing now from a cybersecurity perspective and why that's important to the business.
Well, I sit as a manager of information security for a financial institution. So I'm tasked with protecting, the perimeter and inside of our organization from being hacked. Hacking is real. Phishing is real. All these things are real. I have to monitor the dark web now for to make sure that our credentials don't end up on there. And unfortunately, they do. Domains. People pop up domain names every day. And unless you have an official page, it's very hard to keep up with taking down those unofficial pages. So those are some of the tasks that I have facing me, to protect data. How can I keep data from leaking out of the organization and not, PII and all of those things? It's very challenging because these hackers are getting more and more sophisticated with these pages. And unfortunately, people don't know the difference that this page is not authentic, and they put their credentials in, and there we go. The nightmare starts. So it's a never ending, ha-ha moment sometimes, because when you think you are ahead of them, you're behind them because they are so quick and they do it 24 hours a day. I'm working with my vendor to take unofficial pages down that have nothing to do with my organization, but it's a challenge. And what has become a challenge is to find talent as well that is eager to learn. People see cybersecurity now as big dollars behind it. Everybody wants to get into cybersecurity. Universities are having cybersecurity courses and degrees and all that. When I got into cybersecurity, they didn't have any of that stuff. Alexis can probably speak to it better than I can, but they didn't have that. Now it's popping up everywhere. I try to fill positions and I see all these colleges that offer these courses and all of this different things. And it's great because now cyber is on everybody's radar. We are not any longer just an insurance policy. We are even though we're not a cost center in organizations, we are part of have a seat at the table with senior management because they're curious to know, what am I seeing? How can we protect our data, protect our members, protect whoever our clients are? And it gets challenging. It's not easy. Every day I see something different. And, you never know enough to be ahead of the hackers out there. They're really good.
So you bring up another great question because we've got entrepreneurs out here. They run businesses. Some are solopreneurs, some, are small business owners, 5 to 50 employees. Sometimes they think, well, I'm not a target for a hacker. And I don't need to know a lot of these different training, or I don't need to know a lot of these policies. Help us understand, why are they such a target and the things they really need to take note of as they do business day to day?
Well, emails. Email system is of such now that people get attachments from unknown people. They click on it, and that starts a whole lot of, malware and all that in your environment. We do extensive security awareness training. It's like we almost beat it into our employees' heads because we don't just do the annual training, we do campaigns. So they see stuff. I publish every week the scam of the week so that they can see. Right now, there's a big scam with Twitter changing to X. A lot of people are getting caught up in that because they saw that and they say, oh, and they click and they put their credentials in, and here comes the problems. And now they're compromised. Their credentials are compromised and all of those things. So security awareness is a big push in any organization, and it should be, because you don't know what your people don't know. And the more you can have it out front, it helps to protect you from getting vulnerabilities in your environment. So I'm a big proponent of security awareness training and trying to let them understand that, don't share your passwords, don't leave your computer up and walk away. Not that Big Brother's watching, but you have to protect yourself, and you have, and also with the smartphones, it makes it a lot easier for people to commit theft, So there's just a lot of moving pieces that's taking place that you have to be very proactive and realize that, hey, you got hackers sitting in their parking lot at your organization, just waiting for your wireless to get in. And they get in and that's it. You have problems. Vulnerabilities start coming, and then malware and everything, and it becomes a vicious cycle. And then now you're into your insurance policy. And of course, insurance, cyber insurance doesn't really like to pay, and they want to investigate and do forensic work and all of this stuff. But at the end of the day, it costs. There's a cost to all of this, labor, whatever. Your policy is going to go up. How many times have you been hit with a breach and all those things? So there's so much that can happen. I've gone through that. I've gone through that twice now. I've just went through it about a month ago where we had a breach, and it wasn't fun. It took place based on a server. And, records PII gets out there if you're not careful. Accounts are out there, but you're hoping that no PII, personally identified information, is shared on the dark web. And that's the part that, you can breathe a little easy, see that type of information showing up over there on the dark web.
Wow. Dr. Alexis, how would you like to help us? Because now we hear about this problem. You're a small business owner. You're probably sitting there like, I don't even want to touch my computer. But help us with some good housekeeping that is necessary. I've heard about security awareness training, because I don't think a lot of us are like, hey, there's training available. You don't have to be part of a Fortune 500 company. I mean, help us understand what we really need to do to keep ourselves safe.
So, like Dean was saying, a lot of it is simple stuff, right? Being aware that there is an issue that exists. One of the key drivers in terms of mitigating that risk, and you've heard me say it many times, it's not a matter of if, right? It's a matter of when, right? As an organization, you will have an event, and most organizations are not even aware that they could be having an event as we speak right now, because the adversary have found a way to kind of cover their tracks, right? Having come in, done recon, understand where your information is. Second, the next thing that could address that is you knowing what you have. Dean talked about PII information ending up on the dark web. Some organizations don't even know where the PII exists within the firm, right? And as a small entity, the risk is much harder for you, because having a cybersecurity incident as a smaller firm, well, number one, you lack the resources to be able to address it. Many organizations with a couple more zeros behind their annual report and earnings experience cybersecurity events annually, every day. So imagine a small organization that don't have those resources to be able to defend against those attacks, right? So when you start looking at the whole approach of understanding, if you do have sensitive information, where does it exist? In what system does that information exist? And then you start looking at it from a security and what controls around that system, who have access to that system, right? Is there a layer defense? We've talked about the approach of, how do you protect your diamonds, right? Your diamonds are in your room or in a vault that it's locked, or it's in the bank. There is multiple things or multiple ways or layers of defense that you would put in place to at least store that attempted incident. So as a small organization, you have to start looking at where resources exist. Like the SBAs, multiple nonprofit organizations have in the training, like the Dean speak about, a couple minutes ago. SBA have resources available for small businesses to be able to go online and understand what is a phish. What are the things to look for if you receive an email? And, my favorite is always, even if you get an email, it's still a trust and verify, right? If I'm expecting an email from Dean and it has an attachment, I may just call Dean and say, hey, what's the attachment that I'm receiving, right? From that perspective, even though I know and I may trust Dean, I have to always think, do I need to open that attachment, right? I pick up the phone, and if I'm talking to Dean and Dean didn't tell me that he just sent me an email, it's going to be strange, right? And I'll be like, hey, I just received an email from you. It's asking for such and such. How do you prepare for that as an organization? So if you start thinking along that line, along a trust and verify approach, right? Having least privileges, establishing controls around major systems, especially those that handle sensitive information. One primary benefit is doing a data map. map out what data you have, the type of information, the source, who you receive it from, and with whom it's being shared, right? So when you bring in some of the privacy regulatory requirement, you do a DPIA, you have a new system you're going to set up, that assessment allows you to determine the type of data that you're going to have in that system. And then you can go back and set up, okay, what type of controls I'm going to be required? What a kind of auditing expectation when Dean comes in, right? So as an organization, very small, there is many nonprofit organizations that's out there that offer free training that's online. LinkedIn Academy, Udemy have stuff, multiple ways for organization to make that investment. And then there's a lot of government funding and grants, and CISA have things that may be specific to your organization. So if you're in financing, there's regulatory and basic information that's available for your organization. So even though you're small, because as an organization or as a country, the small business is the backbone of what we do, right? So not being able to defend against attack for those organizations, I've had a conversation with folks in the past who've just, as I would say, given away $500,000, right? Because somebody changed routing information on payment information that came into an email, right? So a simple thing for an organization that's very small, an organization making billions of dollars may miss $500,000, right?
Yeah.
But if you're making $1 million as your return for the annual turnover, that's a very big impact to your organization and the bottom line, right? That's individuals you can feed, that's services you can provide to your community. And if you're the breadwinner, imagine if you have to go and explain to somebody that lends you money, you were expecting this $1 million only for it to be given away. And they're basic things, right? We didn't have a check in place to make sure that the person who's setting up the payment is actually speaking to that client or that consultant that's providing services to validate that this is your right checking and routing information. So basic things like those, it doesn't cost money to do those things, is what I'm saying, Grant, right? There's simple cybersecurity hygienes that an organization need to learn, need to practice. There's multiple standards and frameworks and best practices that are available for organization today. NIST has spent many years as an institution trying to put best practices out there for organization to find it. Many of them have to do with the federal government and protecting critical infrastructure within the Fed space, but those same best practices can be adapted for your small businesses. There's hardening requirements around if you're going to set up a new server, a database, going to do cloud services. You've heard me talk about it before, this notion of this click, next fatigue, right? Where everything is becoming so simplified to move to the cloud that individuals think they can just click next and configure the information that are PII and sensitive type of information. So when you consider the implication on the business for that guy a girl who have not spent the time managing a shop off for the web, everything is the web now. And as an organization who, as you move towards automating many of the production or application or processes, your risk exposure obviously increases, right? So we just got to be mindful of the simple things that, how would you protect it if it's my money?
Well, it's nothing simple, but you just got to it because data is it is money. Think about it, you tell people all the time, if you lost your cell phone today, how quickly would you go spend money to replace it? That should tell you something right there. So it's very, very important. How would you like to chime in on that, Dean?
Well, for me, for a small business, I would focus on their servers. I'll take for instance, I went to the dentist the other day, and they've been having server problems. Server was down a couple of times, appointment schedules all screwed up. So I start thinking to myself, the third party they're using is probably not patching these servers. They're probably behind on so many versions, so many different things going on. And I said, well, they said, oh, okay, well, we changed our vendor. So I'm saying to myself, well, did you ever get to the root cause of what created this problem? We don't know if they had a virus. We don't know what they had, and they don't know what they had because they did not go far enough to figure out what caused the scheduling system to be crashing and all kind of craziness where people are coming in when they don't even have appointments. So just to get at that, a lot of small businesses don't pay enough attention to the third parties that they're using for IT services. They don't have a vested interest to make sure that the data, patient information is being kept secure. They just assume because they outsource this to a third party, the responsibility now falls on them. But in actuality, it still falls on that provider or whatever. So a lot of those things I see, and I see how people handle hard drives and different things like that. They change out equipment and they don't even think about, did they have it sanitized? Did they have it degaussed? Did they do any of the stuff or the DOD requirements? They just, bring me in a new hard drive, bring me in a new copier, bring me in whatever. There are repercussions to these things. These things end up in places that you would not believe, intact. Nothing happened to the hard drive, and all your confidential information now is somewhere else where somebody's calling or sending an email or saying, hey, I got your information. Here comes a ransomware now. What do you want to do? Or a business. It happens all the time because some guy didn't pay attention to the detail.
This is so important. You got to protect your data. I mean, think of how many thumb drives. Thumb drives were really, really big, and you use them. You put information on it, then you throw them in your desk or whatnot. You don't even know what's happening with it, and it's just sitting there. You don't realize there's sensitive information right on that particular piece of equipment, and somebody could be coming in at night cleaning the house, whatever. You probably wouldn't even notice. I could sit here right now and think about, wow, you know what? I probably got, little thumb drives that I put information on. They've probably been sitting there for years. I wouldn't even know if it was gone.
That's when you need to get a hammer, Grant.
We'll buy you one.
Think about it, right? So, you start by thinking, don't never let anybody put a USB into a device that you don't own, right? If I don't own this USB and I haven't had control around it, it can't be put in any, not even just an enterprise asset. I'm talking about personal device. Ain't nobody going to give me the extra mouse to use or anything like that, right? You travel, you make sure you're not connecting to people's Wi-Fi.
Exactly.
Everybody can tether now, right? The days of you just trying to hop on to get internet connection is just over. You can either tether on your phone, and if you can't control that network, you got to be making sure you have VPN or other controls in place.
Yeah, I use VPN even on my cell phone. I have VPN. I don't trust anything, even though I'm on an Apple device. I still run VPN on my device, all my devices. You just cannot trust this. I'm on a Apple product. That's not going to happen. Things are happening fast.
Yes. What else about that, man? I'm so curious because a lot of times we talk cybersecurity. We're talking about the big networks at work. We're talking about your compute at home or even at work with your laptops and desktop. But the mobile phone, which is highly used, is that now being hacked as well?
Oh yeah.
Oh, easily.
Yes.
Yeah, somebody can easily send you an SMS and take control of your phone if you're not mindful, right?
Wow. All right, talk to us
and
about
that goes back to the whole.
Let's just stop there and tell me what somebody sends you a text message and they can control your phone. Talk to me about that.
So, Dean, if I recall, a couple of years ago, Amazon CEO was hacked that way, right? Through an attachment that came.
Yeah.
So that organization that there was a threat for a long time of being able to target journalists and other stuff around that world, right? Sometimes people just send you stuff. You make an attachment or somebody send you a picture that may have a payload in the back of that picture, right? So, remember, a picture may not always just be a picture online, right? Because you have the ability to hide code even within images, right? Or attachments and other type of stuff. So imagine if you're in the CFO's office and you're running the numbers for the organization and it's the end of the quarter. and reports are due, and you're working and you had to run out, and now you decide you're going to send it to the CFO's assistant or somebody who's working, right? And if they have a device that's connected to the network, there's ways for you to try to compromise that. So just like a PC, you got to be mindful of stuff that individuals share with you, right? So just be, always thinking about that.
Yep, and applications too. People download certain applications and they don't know what's on the back end of this application and who's looking at what you have open, in your data. So data is just being sifting through everywhere. Data is like, if you control the data, you can control currency.
Yeah,
that is correct. So now if they can't compromise you and they know that you're a heavy user of a specific application, Grant, then, we've seen it recently, right? When you had the SolarWinds, you had multiple applications that had vulnerabilities like that, where they didn't have to compromise your infrastructure. But if you're a heavy user of a tool like that, and they're able to get to the core of that tool, and you just happen to download a patch, an update for an application like Dean was saying, and you're now exposed, right? So the whole process of third-party risk, not just you as an organization that has fortified your entity, only to realize that that software that you depend so much on has its own vulnerability, and that's behind your secure side of your network now, right?
Sure.
So how do you address attacks like those? So, those things are evolving, and they will continue to be threats that entities need to look at. It's not just you being secure. No, you need all of the providers that you depend on also need to be secure, right? Within
this is what I'm curious about, because I'm on my phone. There's like you said, trust and verify. So it said, oh, here's a new app you learned about. You download it from the Google store, let's say if you have an Android, or you download it from Apple. I think there's a sense of it's already been vetted. It's already been secured. So it should not have any vulnerabilities. Am I right or wrong?
You're wrong.
Yeah.
If you ain't, I'm sorry, Grant. If you're not running the Google store or the Apple store and you have not vetted an application, personally vetted, you definitely can't trust it.
Right? Wow. We need to know that. I think we are all click, fast, click, boom, I got it. Yeah. You download it, 10 megabytes of stuff. You don't know what it is. And
exactly.
You're sitting there watching everything you got.
And that's what Dean was saying. And even on his mobile device, you still need to have VPN and virus scan and all the things that you would do on your endpoints. You still need to think of that on your phone, because I think there's so much development happening on the phone today. There is such a huge focus there. So if I can't get to you on a PC because you may have better attack tools on the device as opposed to your phone, that may become a weakness for you to be able to do it, right? If you remember, BlackBerry was the one device that everybody had to have back in the day, right? Because the whole architecture was around security. They were not about user experience from what is hot in social media and being hip, right? Which could explain some of their adoption, right? Because their focus at the time was on corporate and security side. So they did an excellent job there, but the adoption came in and individuals start looking at, okay, the mobile device have to have additional control. So there may be controls where I can push an MDM solution to a mobile device that may allow you to bring your device in. Like, Dean may shed some light on this whole uptink is the ability for you to bring your own device. It's been more than 20 years and I still carry the device.
Yeah, we don't allow people to bring their own devices. I mean, I have a corporate phone, and I'm glad, because I don't want the corporate email on my personal device, because I don't want them to wipe my phone, my pictures. And these are the issues that I face all the time when we have corporate events and our employees are involved with them. There's a lot of fitness things going on these days in companies. Oh, we have these contests. Okay. Are we signing waivers here? What are we going to do, guys? Because if I participate in there and my phone gets, the vendor, first of all, has no liability. So it's all on the company. So if my phone gets hacked or whatever happens, I lose my data, my pictures, I'm coming to the company and saying, well, it was your sponsored event. So now you're liable for that whole mishap, which was it really worth it? Yeah. You know, value versus, you know, what value you trying to keep your employees motivated, but at the same time, there's a cost for doing business. Such as yeah.
Well, I tell you what, we've got 5 minutes left. And before we, couple minutes, just 1 minute each, take a subject, whether talk to us about password, talk to us about, just give us one more tip that we need to do as consumers of digital technology that we take to heart and utilize so we don't experience these type of cyber crimes. Alexis, you want to start?
No, go ahead. I think I lost you there, Grant. What was that? A little?
No, just we have a couple minutes left. And I just want to state, if you have one tip you'd like to give us around like password protection or something along those lines, so we do not get hacked by cyber criminals.
You want me to start first?
The one tip that I would say is always question everything you see, even if it's something that's visually in front of your eyes. Right? So I always believe in the trust and verify model. That would be the one tip. Question everything that you're seeing, even when you think it is true, validate it and make sure it is in fact true.
I like that. Go, Dean.
I would say password. People need to get real with their password, and the number of characters need to be at least 12 to 15. And they don't need to be catchphrases like Debbie goes Dallas or go Miami Dolphins or go Bama. They need to be really thinking about the passwords that they're creating, and they need to make sure that they have the upper lower casing and characters and all those things. And that's the only way they're going to keep themselves safe and not have the same password throughout all their applications and banking and everything. So that's the one tip I would share today.
Excellent. Excellent. And Dr. Alexis, they need to contact you. What would be the best way?
My biggest contact, you could always find me on LinkedIn, Dr. Alexis Pedro Weeks. Cybermind Research is our organization. We're always out there trying to educate individuals about cybersecurity, working with new practitioners trying to get in the field. So,
excellent.
Each one teach one.
Dean Morgan.
Yes, sir. They can find me on LinkedIn as well under Dean Morgan. Very simple.
That's it. This has been wonderful, gentlemen. I think we've got a great deal of information from both of you. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Man, that was great information. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below at $BBX USA. Our goal is to get laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for August 2023. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Okay.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75.
I use the cash flow app to keep track of my charities.
Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75 helps you manage expenses, helps keep track of charitable giving, helps you save your money. Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75. Download it today. Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75 would like to wish the Cyber Bears good luck in this year's first robotics competition.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta, and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Ladies, if you're a person who continually pours out, you won't want to miss this upcoming event. October 13, 14, and 15 at the Holiday Inn and Suites in Ocean City, Maryland, where we have a power-packed lineup of ladies who are going to pour into you. If you need to increase your impact, your influence, and your income, this is the event for you. Don't miss the power of sisterhood. These ladies coming from around the world to network and connect with you. Don't miss it. How do you get the information? Glad you asked. Go to barbarahsmith.com and click the link. All the details there. Don't miss Sisters Inspire Sisters to Advance, October 13, 14, 15 at the beautiful Holiday Inn and Suites in Ocean City, Maryland. What you know and I know together can change the world. I want to see you there.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bus by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too, because genius is common.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM. I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, Australia, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we are joined by a true luminary in human development, Dr. Norma Hollis. For over 3 decades, Dr. Hollis has dwelled deep into the essence of authenticity, crafting programs that nurture self-awareness and expand consciousness. Through personal, professional, and lifestyle lenses, she redefines life, leadership, and business. A trailblazer, Dr. Norma was the first Black woman to pioneer a speaker bureau dedicated to Black voices. Today, she leverages that legacy to coach leaders on the profound power of authenticity in their personal spheres, family, and workplaces. With Dr. Hollis, the journey is about embracing our authentic selves and letting that genuine voice resonate. So let's dive into the depths of authentic living with Dr. Norma Hollis.
Hello, Grant McNair. I just love that bio you just read. I want a copy of that. Who wrote that? I didn't write that. I didn't write it. Somebody rewrote what I wrote. I like it.
Well, I'm glad you. I love that you liked it. It's beautiful. Love what you do. I'm gonna get out of your way. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Well, hello, you young people that are here today. I know today's program is geared towards those that are a lot younger than me. And you can consider me your godmother of authenticity, because I have learned a lot about what it means to be authentic in my journey. And I'm going to say some things to you that will be hopefully of value to you as you're on your journey in this planet called Earth, and in your spacesuit, if you will, as a Black person, male or female, in your profession as a business leader or corporate leader, and you're listening today at the Black Business Network. So I'm going to take you on a journey through things I suggest you be aware of in your journey through life. And let's start. We're going to go chronological. And I'm assuming that all of you that are here, I know there's some young people, but I'm going to start with pretty much 20, because prior to 20, you're not really making all your own decisions. Your decisions are extremely influenced by your parents, and which is fine. But by the time you get to 20 or so, you are generally out of your parents' house. Maybe you are in college. Maybe you have started your own career in another way. But in any event, you are you feel that you're grown. You've been waiting to be grown for a long time. And trust me, there are different levels of grown. You've reached the first level of being grown. And in this first level in your 20s, it's really a test of your grit in many ways. Because first of all, you come into your 20s with the values that your parents or your caregivers gave you. So you didn't get a chance to choose what values you were going to live by. You know, we all come born by parents. Most of us grow up with our parents in our parents' home, oftentimes in a single parent home without a male in the family, and sometimes the reverse, with a male and not a female. In any event, we grow up with the values of the people who raised us. Now, when you're in your 20s, you begin to question those values, because you start meeting people outside of your community, people outside of your school environment, people outside of your church environment. And if you are in college, you begin to meet people who have different values than you. I remember when I started college at Michigan State University a few decades ago, there were white students there in the dormitory who had never, ever even seen a Black person. I'm sure that still occurs now, but the comments they said was, "Oh, you're just like us." Yeah, we just have different values, and we were raised in different cultures. So 20s is a time where you're getting exposed to the broadness of what's out there for you. It's also a time when you really have very little, unless you were born with a silver spoon, but you are looking for, you got to buy a car, you have to start your wardrobe, if you have to find a place to live, and that means you're going to need furniture, and you're going to need pots and pans and dishes and all those things that make a home, make a household. And that's when you have the greatest amount of expense and the least amount of money. So the best advice I can give you in your 20s is to be wary of making long-term financial commitments. What's a long-term financial commitment? A house, a child, all the things that require you to put money out month after month, year after year, decade after decade. So I'm not saying don't do it, because if you start out with a great job and a great plan and everything like that, you know, it makes sense. I can understand now why many parents tell their children to not have any children yourselves until you're 30. Because when you're 20s, you're just so green. You just don't know, you're grown, you know, chronologically, but there's so much to learn. If you think that at 20, you're probably going to live at least 3 to 4 times the age that you are right now. That's a lot of living. Think of how you've grown from the time you were born to where you are right now. And imagine you have that amount of growth. You learned how to read, to write, to walk, to think. you learn so many things, and there's so much more to learn. So for your most authentic life, now when I say authentic, I'm talking also about joy and abundance and happiness, the things that we all want in life, but we seem to be so elusive and hard to find. Unfortunately, when you're 20s, especially in today's age, by the time you're 20, you've seen so much stuff that's influencing your thinking. You've seen commercials everywhere telling you to buy this, buy that, do this, do that. You've seen video games that may be violently oriented. You've met people that maybe you didn't get along with. Along the way, you did not probably get anyone help you understand yourself, because there are not many structures on the planet that teach you who you are. That's why I do the work that I do, to help you understand the energy that flows within you. Maybe you haven't yet learned how to get along with others, and therefore you have a temper that you don't quite know what to do with. These are the times you're learning your emotions, you're learning who you are away from your parents, and you don't have your parents there necessarily to be the ones that catch you if you fall, or that guide you along the way. Or on the other side of that, you don't want their advice. You want to go out there and try for yourself, and that's okay too. But take the wisdom of your godmother to make your own decisions about how you want to live your 20s. Do you want to live it and end up by 30 having more debt than you can handle? Or do you want to have the freedom? Now, as I train people all over the world, one of the things that's universal in what everyone tells me is that they want more freedom. They want more freedom. The more you get in debt, the more you get obligated, the less freedom frequently that you have. So just keep that in mind for those of you that are in your 20s, or those of you whose children are in your 20s, or whose friends or cousins are in your 20s. That's a struggle. That's one of the hardest decades to get through, because there is so much that you need, and so little that you know, and so little that you have so far. Not that life's about having things, but certain things you need to have. You gotta have a place to live, you need a bed to sleep in, you need a car to drive. All those are essentials. And that's generally the age that you're acquiring those things. So use your money wisely and assess who you are. Some people are made for 9 to 5, and some people are not. Entrepreneurs usually are not suited for a regular 9 to 5 job. They'd rather be out there and learning and experiencing life. And it's hard to do that in 9 to 5. In 9 to 5 job, what you're experiencing is the drive to work every day, being around people that you just might not get along with because your values might be too much separated, and the financial challenges. So use your 20s wisely. Now let's go to the 30s. The 30s is a time when you've pretty much figured out who you are to a certain extent, to the degree that you can with the knowledge that you have. You're really clear that it takes money to survive, and you're probably pretty much on a money quest. You're trying to figure out how to make the most amount of money with the least amount of work, or the most amount of money in the wisest way, or the most amount of money the easiest way, or the most amount of money any other way. But you want to amass money. You've heard people say and talk about money regularly all your life, and a lot in your 20s, and you know how important it is. What you may not know, though, is that money is not everything. While money has a value and is important, you need it to get through life. When you make money your goal, you miss out on a whole lot of things that are very, very important to your authenticity. My experience is that the people who are happiest are the ones that actually find their authenticity and live their life being authentic. So 30s is a really good time to really explore more about who you are. You've gotten past your parents' house. You've gotten past your 20s to experience those things that I talked about earlier. And now you're faced with, so what direction is my life really going to go? What values do I really I really believe in? What values do I want to follow during my life? The people that you are around, knowingly or unknowingly, are living by a certain set of values. What you want to do to create the most authentic and happiest life is surround yourself with people whose values are similar to yours. If you think about people who are your best friends, it's probably because you have some values that are very much aligned. you believe in, you like, you do the same things. The people who you may have fallen out with along the way are people whose values probably are not like yours, are different than yours, and are not aligned with yours. If you look at our society now, we have a real values conflict. I don't like to talk a lot of politics, but that's an excellent way that you can see a difference in values. I've started watching both Fox News and MSNBC, to see the contrast. And it's so interesting. I suggest you might try this, especially now that there's a new topic on the horizon that's just getting started. So looking at what looking at how that starts. If you look at the same situation and see how two groups with different values interpret it, this is what happens all the time on the planet. And I want you to be more aware of that in your 30s as you begin to pick where you're going and as you get to settle in to who it is you are and who it is you're going to be and where it is you're going. Now, I want you to know that in the scheme of things, in your 30s, you're really practicing hard. You're really practicing for a few decades before you really get it. It takes a while to really get it on this planet because there's so much to learn and we're moving so fast. And you have a challenge that my generation and the generations between us have not had. And that's the challenge of artificial intelligence. That is competing for the jobs that some of you are looking at. And it wasn't an issue with a lot of senior management at one point. You might be saying, hey, no problem, I'm an entrepreneur, or I'm a CEO, or I'm the boss of something or something. But AI is coming for that too. They started out with the more essential jobs, if you will, that don't require a lot of thinking, but require a lot of repetition. But now they're going to some of the thinking jobs and the more executive jobs. So you want to also know, what are you good at? What are your gifts and talents? What are your skills? You want to maximize your gifts and talents. The happiest people I've met in life are the people who use their gifts and talents to do what they're doing in the world, whether it's your entrepreneurial role or whether it's a workplace role, whatever. The issue is be aligned with your gifts and talents. Now, my generation talked about you don't make money from your gifts. Well, I beg to differ. Your gifts were given to you by the creator that got you here for you to survive and to use those gifts to help others, help yourself and to help others. So keep that in mind. Use your gifts. They're there for you in order for you to use them. Now, what I've learned along the way is that from a spiritual perspective, if you haven't made that spiritual connection yet, by the time you're 35, you might kind of miss it. So if you're feeling that calling, something coming inside of you, kind of knocking and wanting to get out, keep in mind that you need to explore that. That's your spirit speaking to you about your purpose, making sure you don't get too out of alignment with the reason why you're on the planet. Obviously, I have the belief that all of us are here on the planet to do something. And what you're beginning to do in your 30s is you're beginning to create the thread of your life, the theme of your life. People's lives have themes that show up over and over again. But when you're in your life, you don't always see it. So it's always good to take time and step back and just look at how your life is progressing, the decisions that you're making, how those decisions are working for you or not working for you, and modify as needed. Because your 30s is really getting the grounding. You've gotten your 20s past, you bought your car, you bought your you know where you're going to live, you bought your furniture, you've got the foundational things that you have to live on your own. Now it's like, how am I going to position myself? How am I going to move forward? Now, a lot of young people, and you probably were one of them, have the idea that, boy, if I'm not rich by the 30, something's wrong. That is not true. Not true at all. There's no timeline for your money coming in. The timeline is, how do you use it? Are you using it wisely? Whether you're getting $10 or $10,000 or $10 million, how do you use it? People that get $10 million, sometimes it's lost in the next month or the next year. They don't know how to use it. For people that have the 10 that use it wisely, they turn it into 10 million. It takes time. Everything on the planet takes time. And you have to have the patience to allow the time to unfold. But as the time unfolds, what are you doing with that time? How are you nurturing and feeding into what it is you're here to do. That's your job at 30, is to begin to identify that and what that is and the direction that the path that your life is going to take. Now let's go to your 40s. By the time you're in your 40s, you've had a good decade or two of work experience. You're a little more clear on what life's about. You may not understand it exactly because it can be very confusing, because there's confusing messages coming all the time. They say this, they say one time, something else the next time. Your mother says one thing, your boss says something else. One friend says something, the other friend says something else. You get all these different opinions that are coming into you and trying to feed you. That's when it's really clear to know who you are. It's very easy to get influenced by someone who is very charismatic or manipulative in some cases. So who are you? Knowing who you are, knowing your gifts and talents, knowing what it is, the difference you want to make on the planet, and whether you want to make it as an entrepreneur or as an employee. They each have benefits. You pay a price no matter what you do. If you decide to take the job and keep the job for a while, what people have told me when I owned my speaker bureau, what I learned is that people lose themselves after a decade or two in a work environment. Doesn't matter what environment it is. Obviously, corporate is a major one of those, but that's not the only one. In any environment, there's a certain culture, and you're pretty much required, if you will, to adapt the culture of your workplace. That's just part of the day. You spend more time there than you do at home with your loved ones in many cases. So you are almost required to adapt to the values of where you're working. That's why it's important to work somewhere that's aligned with your values. That's why it's important to know your values. If you don't know your values, you will adapt others even if they're not right for you. The 40s is a time where your more maturity is coming in. You might be getting a little scared, like, dang, I'm almost 50. It's not a bad thing, trust me. 50 is not what you thought it was when you were a child. When you saw your parents and you saw, oh, they're 50, they're so old. It's not that. It is 50 is a great time, which I'll get to in just a minute, but let me nurture to you 40-year-olds first. But that's when it's time to really make the decision. Am I going to be a full-fledged adult, or am I still going to hold on to those childish tendencies that I might not have gotten rid of yet? How can I be a better adult? How can I be a better person? How can I begin to leverage the things that I've done, the things that I've learned, to continue to build, to continue to grow, to learn more, to prepare myself? Because at 40s, you're still kind of practicing. You really haven't graduated yet now you're an adult and a full adult, but there's a certain graduation point. There's a certain line that you cross when you get old enough to really care more about the contribution than you do about other people, to care more about the legacy you're going to leave than you're caring about your ego. Your ego rules a lot when you're younger. Your ego and your hormones are a lot of the rulers when you're young. So part of your challenge when you're young and what have you is to be, how do you control these? How do you control your ego? How do you manage it? How do you manage your hormones? Those are both very, very important for happy, successful maturity. That's where you want to get. My goal is to help you understand what's in front of you, what's before you, so that you can be as best prepared for it. By 40s also is when your children are beginning to empty nest, or maybe have already empty nested. So you are letting go of the strings of that bond, that gold bond that you had to have with every child that you had. You had to know where they are every moment. And that is very demanding as your responsibility as a parent. You can begin to cut those ties and let the children go on their own. You're still available for them. But it doesn't mean that tie, that gold bond, is quite as strong as it might have been in the past. You're also realizing again that, wow, I've been in the workforce for 10, 20 years. Have I put money aside? Have I planned for my retirement? Have I looked at my body? Have I taken care of my body? I want to do at least 40 more years, right? What's happening with me physically? What's my net wellness? I'm referring a lot to the boxes that you see behind me, which I call dimensions, without dealing with them individually. And I would do that kind of if I have time at the end, but I want to take you through 60 or 70 first. So you can kind of have a sense of what you're preparing for. When you know what's coming forward, you know more about what to do right now. It's hard to tell what's going forward because you're still young. And it's hard to predict the future because you haven't lived enough to predict it a further away. The more you live, the more you can predict, because the more you've seen, then the more you've learned. That's why I'm your godmother, because I've lived enough years to do that. And I'm delighted to be able to share with you the things that I've learned. So now let's go to 50. By 50, you've been in the workforce a few years. By 50, you're a little more sure of who you are. By 50, your hormones are not as demanding as they're not gone, trust me, but they're not as demanding as they were when you were younger. When you reach 50, you know a little bit more about who you are, hopefully, and you've accepted those things about you that may not be perfect. When you're younger, everybody thinks I'm supposed to be perfect. Ain't no such thing as perfection. There's nobody who's perfect, no matter what. We all have gaps. We all have things that we can't do well. So that's why it's important to have people around you who know you and who fill the gaps that you can't fill. You see on my grid over here on the side, I have 3 words: think, communicate, and the bottom word is do. So generally, you are either a thinker, you like to analyze, evaluate, assess things. You're a communicator, you like to talk to yourself, to others, to the universe, or you like to be out there in the world doing things. So you need all 3. Whatever it is that you're strongest with, you need a partner, a friend, a coworker, or somebody that is on your team, whether it's a personal or professional team, who is strong in the areas where you're weak. It's not about you trying to be the things that you're not. Instead, it's about surrounding yourself with people who have the gifts that you do not have. That's a far healthier perspective because you can't be everything. I run my business as a creative. I'm a creative person who writes programs, and I've been trying to market my business for 12 years. And it has been on a steady pattern. There hasn't been the growth that I've wanted because marketing is not my thing. So I have finally hired 2 different marketing people who are working together to build my company and to get it out there in the world, something I couldn't do. But they couldn't do what I've done. They couldn't do what I have created. The older you get, the more you realize how many people, how many specialties there are in the world, and how you really only have 1, maybe 2, but there's hundreds of them out there. And we need all of them in order for it to work. You know, I have to have surgery coming up, and my little friend that is visiting me right now says that if I could, I did my own diagnosis, I would do the surgery myself if I could. But I can't. I can know what's wrong, but I can't fix it. I can know what's wrong, but I can't give the diagnostic that a physician can give and the words that they can give it. No matter how intelligent I am or think I am or how good I think I am, I can't do the surgery. So I need someone else to do that. You need that in your life too. You realize that more in your 50s. You begin to realize what you're really good at and what really makes you happy, what really gives you joy, what you would do for free or you would do just because you love it so much. That's the awareness, that's the maturity that you're getting, and you're old enough now to do something with it. You're old enough now to move forward with it. And your children are old enough now that you can support them in different ways. They're now becoming adults. It's a different relationship than it was when you were children. That gold bond is not there in the same way. It might be to your grandchildren, and you're realizing what a joy it is to have grandchildren that you can give back to their parents who have that gold bond. You don't have to have that gold string tied to them where you know where they are every day. It's a different environment and a different way to live your life, and you'll be happy when you get to that point, particularly if you took some of the wisdom I shared with you for the 20s and the 30s and the 40s. Now, by the time you get to the 60s, you're really kind of settled. The hormones have settled down a little bit. You kind of know who you are. You lived enough life to be comfortable with yourself or becoming more comfortable. You don't have the anxiety of the push, push, push. Make it happen. Do it, do it, do it. I got to make more money. I gotta. It's more like, okay, this is what I did. This is who I am. This is what works well for me. And that's also the time that your body starts changing in ways that are significant to your longevity. When you get 60, your body tells you, you can't eat what you ate before. You ate that cheese or the sweets or the alcohol you love to drink and all the other things that you did that we really enjoyed, but you might want to do some changing in your diet. You're seeing some changes. You're seeing things that your stomach can't tolerate anymore, or things that bother different parts of your body. And it's time to really decide, am I going to stick with the foods that because they feel good on my tongue, or am I going to focus on what they do to my entire body? You need your entire body for the remainder of your days. And I'm assuming you want to live that as healthy as possible. So when you get to your 60s, it's about the awareness that I have to make some changes. You know, I lived my life well. I want to make it to 100. So you got to change your diet. You got to listen to your body in new ways. Life is about listening all the way, listening to yourself, talking to yourself, listening to your friends, listening to the universe. By the time you're 60, you realize that more, and you can listen more to the voice of God. You can interpret it better. You can listen to the universe as the universe speaks to you. It speaks to you from the very beginning, but you don't always realize it till you get a little bit older. And you realize where you listened and where you didn't listen, and how you might want to tweak your listening differently. Some people actually leave church when they get to their 60s because they realize that a lot of it is about that personal relationship, not just the church relationship. And also they may have different philosophies that are different from the church because you've lived enough life to see what works and doesn't work for you. And therefore you can pick and choose more about what the direction you're going to take and how you're going to live. There's one study that I've read, and it hasn't been fully validated, that says that the 60s is your your most productive decade is in your 60s. That's when you're old enough to know who you are. You're mature enough to have the right emotional energy and the emotional intelligence, hopefully. You're wise enough to make decisions that suit you better. And also generally compassionate enough to help others. And hopefully that's when the point when you really have stepped into your authenticity in the way that you haven't in the past, because you understand more. Your body's not driven by hormones merely as what it was younger. You realize how much hormones, as much fun as they are, they get in the way sometimes of some decision making. Another one, they make you crazy in some of your decisions. And you laugh at yourself a lot when you get in your 60s. But the important part was you really look at how your diet and what your body's telling you, and making sure that you get to the doctor and you pay attention to changes in your body. It's those changes that'll make the difference of your longevity or not. And by the time you're 70, your body will tell you, hey, look, this is what's going to take you out if you don't take care of it. So you begin to know where you're vulnerable on a physical level. The question is, what do you do about it? Are you still taking pills without chemical pills, without knowing what's in them and what the downside is of the chemicals you're taking? Your body's not made of chemicals. Yet if you're taking pills because the doctor said it, maybe you've got diabetes or you have other kind of problems, and have you taken a holistic perspective? You know, I'm told and I believe that the medical doctors are for diagnostics, for your tests, for your x-rays, for their opinions. But the first line of defense for correcting something is not necessarily a pill, even though you might have been trained to do that. I know I took antibiotics for 40 years, starting when I was 8 years old, because I had ear infections for 55 straight years. And the only way they were treated was through antibiotics. Now that I'm much older than that, of course, it's a little challenging because antibiotics can mess up your body. So whenever I have something going wrong, the first thing I do is go to an integrative medicine doctor, a homeopathic doctor, a naturopathic doctor, or someone other than just the medical doctor. I might go there for the diagnostic, but then I'm going to go someplace else to see how am I going to treat it. Because in reality, the chemicals don't necessarily treat the problem. They just put a Band-Aid on it or temporarily remove it. Not in every case, but that's been my experience and the experience of some others. But I'm getting a different kind of, I even have my medical doctors waiting for the report of my integrated medicine doctor because that person found information that the medical doctors didn't have. It's really interesting the way all this goes, but you don't really get all this till you get a little bit older. because you're being bombarded with everybody's advice, including society, to tell you to do it this way, do it this way, do it this way, do it this way. But if you rely on yourself, if you rely on your head, your heart, and your spirit, your gut, you will get your own answers. It's far more meaningful when the decisions that you make, all of those decades, are made based on your relationship with the energy that got you here. When you make that type of connection with that energy, that's when life becomes altogether different. I made that connection when I was 8 years old. When I was 8 years old was when I had a hole in my eardrum that I talked about a minute earlier about the antibiotics. And that's a time when voices started talking to me as I was going to school. The adults in my life were not sufficiently authentic for me because they didn't understand the pain I was going through, because the only thing that would stop the infection in my ear was a solution that they put in that felt like acid inside of my head. Obviously, that was really, really, really painful for the sensitiveness of an 8-year-old. And that was followed by earaches for 2 years that would not stop. But when those voices came to me and they started talking to me, I said, okay, if you're the voice I should listen to, then prove it to me. And then somebody walked by with red socks. And then somebody else mentioned the word elephant in the next week. And maybe I'll believe you. Well, sure enough, a week went by and a guy walked by with red socks. I said, oh, that's interesting. And then a conversation later, someone mentioned the word elephant. I said, wow, it happened. So I did it again with a different command, a different request. And in a week that happened. And after about 4 or 5 weeks of doing the same thing, the voice finally said, well, do you believe us now? And I said, yes. And I have been in partnership with that voice all of my life. It's made a big, big difference. And just to show you how that works, I'm going to tell you 2 things. One is that on Thanksgiving, maybe 5 years ago, a friend came by. We had a meeting. It was a little business meeting on Thanksgiving, but we did it. But he came by. He had on red socks. I said, look at that. And that was a process at the time of making some major decisions. I don't remember what they were, but they were major decisions. And so I said to my voice, okay, if that's supposed to be a clue to me, like it was when I was younger, then let me hear the word elephant before the week is out. Well, I heard the word elephant a few days later on Family Feud. I said, well, I can take that if I have to, but it's not really personalized enough. And then 7 days later, on the following Thursday, I was at a friend's place where she was speaking, and she talked about elephants and how if you tie a string on their tail and put a stake in the ground and tie that, the elephant will go around in that circle and not go any further and never understand that his life is far beyond that. I said, whoa, that one I can relate to, because I talk about stuff just like that. That gave me a confirmation. But the biggest confirmation I've had, I had to look over here and see if it's over here, which it is, and I just have to show you. Hang on a second. The biggest confirmation I had was maybe 7 or 8, no, it's about maybe 10 years ago. My husband was murdered about 8 years ago. And before he was murdered, he gave me a gift. He went, he said, I forgot where he was. I have no recollection of where he was going, but I know he said to me, I just had to buy this. I don't know why, Norma, but here, this is for you. Now, mind you, orange is my branding color. If ever you see me speak, I'm going to be wearing orange. And he found for me an orange elephant with red socks. Okay? Oops. And that's what I asked my voice. Let me put it over. Here we go. Red socks. A red elephant, an orange elephant, my brand, with red socks. Now, is that a coincidence or what? Or is that just that relationship showing me that it's been there all the time, directing and guiding me and making my life and helping my life unfold? And so, as your godmother, let me tell you that I hope that you will do the same in terms of making that connection that will guide you for the rest of your life. If I can get this kind of connection decades later, so can you. I'm just a representative of what can happen when you really choose to be authentic. So take my word for it. There is nothing more effective from you than stepping into your authenticity. It brings all kind of goodies, golden goodies that will last you a lifetime. So I wish you the best. I invite you to reach out to me. You can find me on LinkedIn at Norma T. Hollis. I look forward to hearing from you, and give me your comments about today. And I have a number of programs that I'd be happy to invite you with. Just write this one down, Gift from Norma. Gift from Norma. Every Tuesday, it's a free class that one of my speakers or someone else that I've trained or that's been in our community will talk about the dimensions of authenticity to help you know about authenticity in action and being yourself. Gift from Norma. I look forward to meeting some of you. Happy life. Do it well. Do it with authenticity.
I will certainly take all of your advice. I love how you step through the different phases of life and just the maturity levels that people are at. I think it definitely helps bring some confidence to people like, oh, where you're at, you don't feel like you're lost or you're behind. You kind of like, you are where you need to be. I think that is wonderful.
That's right.
Now, did you leave the audience with your contact information, your website and your email and that type of thing?
I'm so busy giving information, I forget to do those things. Yes. Yeah. My website is normahollis.com. You see my name there, normahollis.com. You'll see about my programs and my background, and you'll see a picture of me and my elephant. You'll see all those things. And you can reach out to me at info@normahollis.com. info@normahollis.com. Thanks, Grant.
Well, this has been wonderful. Thank you for being on the Black Business Olympics. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. All right. She is wonderful. Take all of her wisdom to heart. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash app that's on the screen below and say $PBX USA to give. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for August 2023, NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Staff Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, Executive Women Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
I'm Kennedy Harris. My genius is being an entrepreneur. I'm the CEO of K-Lock, a company where I develop my very own line of kids supplements. I currently market my multivitamin for kids to help combat weak immunity. During the pandemic, research has shown that having a strong immune system is key to fighting off disease. My vitamins are for kids, but adults can benefit from them as well. I'm adding a proprietary blend to my supplement line. I want to create my own blend so that I have a competitive edge in the marketplace. Staying healthy is important to me so that we live longer and have healthier lives. My website is klockproducts.com. That is K-L-O-C-K. Genius is common.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T.Y. is here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am black business.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am black business. I am black business. Are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am black business. I am black business. Tell me, are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America and I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Building relationships to get you known, get you connected, and get paid.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM, and I have been and will be your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Australia, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And tonight, I will be your speaker. I get the chance to talk to you directly as we end on our 5th day of the Black Business Olympics, which has been wonderful. We've been doing this now almost the entire year. We've only got about 4 or 5, months left. And I want to implore everyone who's listening as to why I am so passionate about the Black Business Olympics. It's about entrepreneurship. It's about ownership. It's about purpose. It's about mission. It's about giving yourself an opportunity to succeed and to actually fulfill your dreams of creating a life of purpose, a life worth living that's fulfilling, that a life worth talking about. They talk about, great stories. This here is a phenomenal story. Here we are in 2023, and we've been through a lot. You think about what we've been through just the beginning of this decade and what we're about to go through as we start to chart toward 2030. We've got tremendous technological advancements that are occurring, that are leveraging and leveling the playing field for businesses. All of them, including yours. You can now amplify your voice. And the reason why you are in business in the first place, the big problem that you solve, utilizing tools that were not available, not even 1 year ago, to make your message more clear, have greater clarity, to have ways of actually cutting through the noise and landing point blank on your target audience. I'm here to help Black entrepreneurs just like you to understand how to utilize these tools, to create business development. I've been in business development for, I'm gonna say since 1998. So that's 25 years. So I'm bringing to you 25 years of experience. That's probably over 80,000 hours of experience. So when you contract with me just for 1 hour, I'm bringing 80,000 hours of experience around business development in the corporate setting, in the enterprise setting, in the small to mid-sized business setting, and specifically for Black businesses, how to grow and scale. That's what I'm bringing to the table. How much is that worth? My value, probably, if I had to put it to a monetary value, it's a lot. Think about all the created monetary assets I've created over those 25 years, modest millions of dollars. So I wouldn't want to charge anybody anything like that. I am doing this for you right now because it's important. You need to understand what you have at your fingertips. I was just recently at a STEM event. What does STEM stand for? That's science, technology, engineering, and math. That's what STEM is. And some people put STEAM in there. They put an A in there for art. All of these things are on the table these days because we have to engage with science, technology, engineering, art, and math in order to create this next age of creativity and commerce. So important. So I was there to speak to our K through 12 children that are just now starting their school year, as well as college students and postgraduate students, about how technology is changing the landscape. After 25 years, not just in business development, but also information technology, I've been working in this field for a very long time, and I feel that I can bring the temperature down just a little bit. Some of the anxieties that are out there floating around, like, wow, the machines are going to take over my job. They're going to do everything that I'm doing, and I will no longer be of any value to anybody in the workplace. And I would say that's not true. Now, I would say what is probably true, could be true, depending on what you are actually doing, for your job or your business, is that, yeah, some things will have to be replaced. Just like technology, just like we didn't use horses any longer, when the cars came out, right? Over time, you started to use cars a lot more. Now nobody rides a horse, right? It's not efficient. Same thing, you look at certain technologies like just the calculator, right? When the calculator came up, people were still using slide rules. They were still doing a lot of math by hands. Not saying that's not bad, but it became replaced. However, math has not been replaced. I understand what I just said. Even though the slide rule was replaced, math of itself is not replaced. It's just got easier to actually do math by utilizing a tool. And that's where we're getting into artificial intelligence. We're getting into our computer technological plane and all these things and tools that we can now utilize to actually grow and scale our business. So the fundamentals still do not change. So I want you to start using words like amplification when you think about artificial intelligence. How can it amplify my business? How can it amplify my skill set? How can it amplify my services? You are still the fundamental, right? So it's just actually helping you to grow and scale and get your messaging, your services, and what you can do out there to a larger audience that was once, previously not attainable. Now you have a worldwide audience that you can actually engage with. There's no barrier to you, essentially, by just having something like this, a phone. Imagine, like 25 years ago, you didn't have this. This is not really a phone. We really shouldn't even call it that, but we do because we're used to it. It's almost a cellular phone, but really what it is a microcomputer. And as a microcomputer connected to the worldwide internet, it has access to incredible information, incredible knowledge, incredible wisdom. The only barrier that we're facing right now when it comes to an even playing field is our ability to utilize these tools. Utilize the tool to gain information, to get the right information, not the clutter. If you're going to allow certain medias to actually just feed you what they want to feed you, and you're not being proactive in actually programming your feed, your social media, to bring to you the information, knowledge, and wisdom that you seek. So if you're looking at your YouTube and you're looking at your TikTok, you're looking at your Facebook, your Twitter or X, your Instagram, your LinkedIn, and you're saying, wow, this social media is just cluttered with a bunch of nonsense and low-level information. You got to look at, okay, who am I connected to? Why am I connected to them? And because the AI doesn't know any better. It's still information, still artificial intelligence. It's just saying, hey, you connected with Grant, and Grant puts this information out. So we're going to start sending you more information that's similar to what Grant does. That's what all it does. There's no difference. It's a giant like mail system. So if you're interacting with certain information on a continuous basis, it's going to continuously give you that type of information back. So you need to take control of the information that is coming to you through these technological channels. You say, well, how do I do that, Grant? It's kind of out of control. Well, you start disconnecting from certain groups and people and companies that are then bringing you information that is not in accordance to your values. And start utilizing the platform to do what I just said, to teach you, to amplify your knowledge, to amplify your wisdom. Like, you know what? I don't know a lot about finance and business finance in my area. What does that look like? And you can now get that information immediately. And you can begin to actually engage with people that have that knowledge, and they're putting it out there freely. You just have to connect to it. One thing that COVID did for us, because everybody was on lockdown, everybody was in front of some kind of technological device, that people started pouring out their information for free. Normally you pay for this because it's so important. This person has spent a lifetime accumulating this knowledge and this experience, and now they're able to give you that knowledge, right? Normally you pay for that, and it's worth what you would actually pay for. But all that information is still out there. There's so much. So there's probably not any topic, anything that you need for a skill set. I am so impressed now. I couldn't believe it. I remember just, growing up, and you think about, wow, how to change a tire, just for instance. Unless someone taught you how to change a tire, it's going to be very difficult to try to change it just by yourself and try to use trial and error and try to figure it out and become a long, enduring process. But now what we call micro-learning. What's micro-learning? Micro-learning is I can just go to YouTube, pop in my make and model of my car, so I need to change the tire, and the information comes right up. Not just a bunch of text, but actually somebody there in full-blown video is showing you step by step how to change the tire from the nuts to the bolts, to how to do the jack, how to place the tire, what to place the tire in afterward, soup to nuts. That was not available, 10, 15, 20 years ago. It is now available. So fast forward to your business. When you think about what's stopping you from scaling, what's that barrier that I'm facing? Can I at least ask a question? And if you ask the question to your AI partner now, and I'm going to call all of this as artificial intelligence, even in the social media and internet and all these things, now can then put information at your fingertips. And not only are you getting it from a video, let's say that it was done in the past, you can get it live, just like now. I am live. You can now find out how to connect with me. Like, hey, Grant McGaw, I'm going to look him up. I'm going to Google him. All my information is going to come up. How do I connect with him? I see how I'm going to connect with him. And if I send him an email, if I send him something that makes sense, that I know that Grant is passionate about, that he's interested in, he has information about, I'm going to reference some of the videos that he's put out, some of the information articles that he's written. He's probably going to respond real time. And I'm going to give you good information. I'm going to give you that free consultation. And we're going to have a conversation about it and see where you're at, where you're stuck, and how we now say, okay, this is what you need to do. And then we start looking at the value, like, all right, to engage with me for a brand blueprint strategy is a 4-week engagement. So let's talk about that. Are you ready? That's the whole purpose of the free consultation. Are you truly ready? You may not be, but that's okay. At least you know what it takes to get to where you want to go. And you can make your own decision. You're going to know how much it costs, and you're going to know the result. Because what you're not doing, you're not just getting a deliverable from me. You're getting a transformation from me. Are you ready to transform your life and take it to another level? Are you ready to become? Are you ready to do the work that it takes to become? See, it's very easy to watch someone, let's just say, play basketball, right? You can see them play basketball. You see the greats, the LeBrons, the Michael Jordans, and the like. And you can say, wow, they're doing great work. What you don't see is what it takes to get to that level. And that's what I'm going to ask you. Where do you want to be? What level do you want to operate on? Do you know what it takes to be there? And then I will do a comparison. I do a skills gap analysis with you. So, okay, in order to be this type of entrepreneur, this type of business owner, you're going to need to have these skill sets to operate a multi-million-dollar business, a multi-billion-dollar business, or a multi-thousand. It really depends on the level that you want to operate, but you need to understand what it takes. And then you're going to have that knowledge. Then you have to ask that serious question to yourself. Are you ready to do the work? Are you ready to put in the time? Are you ready to invest in yourself? How valuable is that? I have these conversations a lot. And I talk to entrepreneurs. They say, well, okay, what type of business do you want to build? How do you want to take this business to the level you want to be? So I want it to be $1 million business. That's all right. It's a $1 million business. That's fine. Where are you at now? Well, I'm running around $20, $30, $40, $50,000 in revenue, but I think I can scale it. So, okay, that's fine. What does it take to go from $40,000, $50,000 a year in revenue to $1 million? What does that look like? What is the volume and scale that you're going to need to be at? Do you know how to do all the basics that you're going to need to run a multi-million-dollar business? Do you understand the finance? Do you understand the marketing? Do you understand the particular laws that could be affecting your business and the regulations in your business? How are you going to operate at that particular level? And how are you going to hire the human resources that it's going to take? And it's not just that, what type of infusion of capital that it's going to take. One thing I've learned in working with another client that I work with all the time as a fractional business development manager with Cornerstone Capital is I get to talk to businesses all over the U.S. Most of them are small, medium-sized businesses, mom and pops. They've been in business for maybe some of them a couple of years, some of them for a very long time. Some of them are now, they started out very small, just like I just stated, but now they're 6- and 7-figure businesses, and they're now getting to that level like, wow, I can't manage it all by myself. I need help, or I need to step away. I need to bring in some investors. What does that look like? And if you haven't done the pre-work, one of the biggest problems that we run across, especially when we're dealing with Black-owned businesses, is that you don't have your books in the right order. That you can't show your revenue and your taxes and your expenditures all within a snapshot of information and time that's necessary. Because the one thing they want to look at, not so much, all right, you're $1 million business, but how much does it cost you to generate that $1 million? And what does that look like? And how much is left over? So what they want to do is buy the profit of the business and then grow more profits out of it. So you've got to be able to have your finances to show that. And you've got to be able to show what the future could look like to get an infusement, whether it's a capital raise that you just say, you know what, I need more money to develop a new service line. All right, let's take a look at that. So no one's going to be like, I don't want to invest in that. You got to be able to show them the story about the investment and where all that is coming from. And it becomes common sense to go ahead and say, hey, if I give you this extra $1 million of capital, I know that I'm going to get 5 out of it in a certain amount of time. It makes sense. Or you're going into what you call M&A work, or mergers and acquisitions, where you get somebody that, you know what, I want you to still run the business because you have the expertise in the operations, but I'll either do a minority recap or a majority recap to help you to get that infusement of capital in so we can actually scale the business. So what I'm saying is you don't do it here all by yourself. You begin to start out in that aspect, but understand where you're going. And if you build the foundation early with this understanding, you won't find yourself in a corner. You won't find yourself pigeonholed like, oh, wow, I should have done that. I didn't do that. I didn't understand that. Oh my God, my intellectual property, man, I didn't protect that. You know, all these things are so important because a lot of these investors, what they're really looking at is what is that they can see that's countable and predictable over time. They can see whether you've got, revenue that comes in constantly, whether it's through a subscription or you've got long-term contracts in place that are renewable, but maybe over 1 to 2 or 3 years. But at the same time, to replace you is a big undertaking for your client or your customer to take. So you become a greater opportunity for them to invest in with low risk. They're all looking at risk, and that does it make sense from an investment standpoint. So I say all that to say that you use information to get to where you want to go, and you invest in people like myself, whether it's a coach or someone that can actually show you the way forward before you even need to get there so you know where you're going. So important to have that roadmap, so important to have that blueprint. So I'm going to show you how to utilize technology at the most core basic ways in order to amplify yourself, to make yourself more visible, to make yourself more attractive, to make yourself more valuable. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So if you were doing great things, which I did find out at my STEM event that I went to, I talked about earlier, someone there is actually created Black-owned business, multi-million-dollar business, e-commerce business, doing CMOS and elderberries and selling them online as the e-commerce. And they actually were on Shark Tank, I think about a year or so ago, and they got an infusement of capital from Mark Cuban for about $600,000, and they've already doubled that and become a multi-million-dollar company, right? This all started out, only a few years ago. So don't don't look at where you're at now, but look at where you can go. Don't already shoot yourself in the foot before you even got started. Someone else will believe in you. You have to believe in yourself. You have to do the hard work. You have to do the hard work. And so if you've never hired before, you find somebody that has. If you never operated a multi-million-dollar business before, you start to bring in people that have. They start to work with you at a level that you can actually partake in their knowledge, wisdom, and information. Right? So that's where, in a long-winded way, say, what is 5-Star BDM, Dove? I do all of those things. I'm not just a marketing agency. I do work with a lot of people that need marketing. From a branding perspective, I work with people that need branding. I work with people that need business and technology a lot. And the number one thing, I work with people that need business development services in general. Show them how to do true account management. A lot of people don't realize that that is a true skill set, to understand the sales process, the sales engagement, how to project yourself in a way that you are valuable, you are an asset to your potential client. You're not just selling them something. You're understanding their business problem at a very high level, and then you're getting it down into the actual details. And then you're showing your value because of your experience and your understanding of what they're going to need to do. And then this is why this is the best choice, because everybody are going to take you through a normal process. You got to look at your own process when it comes to how you acquire certain things. The first thing you're going to do is probably become aware that either you have a problem or that there's a certain product out there that you like. But the first thing is you become aware of it. And once you become aware of it and that you like or dislike it, then you're going to start to engage and start to consider what your options are. And the consideration of options is typically where you start to find out that you're now engaged in a sales process. But even before that, in that awareness stage, if you're not out there, when they're doing active research, they're starting to look at certain things and they can't find you when they do a search on Google or Bing or some other type of thing. They don't see you in industry articles. There's nothing that says anything about you. As they get to the consideration phase, you're not even there. This has nothing to do with salesmanship, as you would say, because the sale is 50% already done before they even engage with you. Or they'll never engage with you because they don't know anything about you. But the moment they do become aware of you is very, very important, because you have to understand where they're at in the customer journey, right? And what a lot of people do, companies do this all the time. And when they do their presentations, they start out, I become aware of you. Tell me more about you. You know, what can you do? And they immediately start out about themselves. They immediately start out about their company, who we are, what we do, who we've done this before, our capabilities, and how to contact us. And I guarantee about 70 to 80% of all sales presentations have that information there. And what they don't have is so important. They have not talked about the customer's problem. In the beginning, you need to establish your expertise and knowledge about the problem that customer is experiencing first and foremost. That is the secret I'm going to give you tonight. When you look at your sales presentations, when you look at your sales formulas, when you look at your engagement processes, are you engaging your clients at a point that you're giving them knowledge and information about the problem that they're looking to solve first? That's so important. It's not, they'll get to find out about you as they go deeper into the consideration phase. But the first thing they want to know is, do you understand me? Do you understand my problem? Do you understand this industry? Do you understand what's going on? And if you can articulate that first, you're already going to be in the 90, well, I would say the 10 percentile of that, of going forward with that customer to get to a point of a sale. That's business development 101 from Grant McGaw at 5-Star BDM. Start with understanding the challenge of your client, then understanding the opportunity that you represent, then understanding the impact. What impact do you bring to the table that is measurable to your client? That's when they're going to start looking at, how did you impact them from a testimonial standpoint? How did you do that for someone else? What ROIs did you accomplish by solving this problem, right? And then they're really going to be tuning into you at that point. And then they'll start looking into your background. Don't lead with that first. Lead with that. That's down the line. Lead with your expertise about the customer's problem. And if you don't know a lot about the customer's problem, I'll go back to how we started this whole conversation. Get the information. Do the research. Understand what's going on in that history, in the industry, what's going on in the market, what is going on with that client, what because that problem is not just their problem. It's probably bigger than that, and an industry-wide problem. That if you can solve that problem, that is going to put you heads and tails above your competition. Because I guarantee they'll be talking about themselves. You'll be talking about the customer and how to solve their problem. That's a much different conversation. That's how you differentiate yourself. That's a communication strategy, a differentiation strategy. All these things go into your customer blueprint and how you're able to bring forward greater revenues and profits for your company and actually solve problems for other people through referrals, because that's still the number one way to get business, and through the referral process. Other people talking about you and how you solve their problem at such a high level that they will recommend you to their friends and colleagues and others. That is still the number one form of marketing ever. And that's just you doing a great job and understanding your client at in a very high level. So I'm going to leave you now. We're going to conclude for tonight. We've had a great 8 hours or more. We started at about 8 in the morning. Now we're going to conclude here on the East Coast time as we get close to 8 p.m. Anybody wants to contact me, you can go to my website at 5starbdm.com. That is B for brand, D for development, M for masters.com. You can send me an email at grant.mcgaw@5starbdm.com. You can also follow all my shows. I have a weekly podcast called Follow Brand Podcast, and I have a weekly TV series called Follow Brand TV Show on YouTube. You can look those up. You can take a look at those. I have over 100, I think we're close to maybe 200 interviews with different people with expertise and knowledge in the fields of business development, career development, personal branding, executive presence, brand mastery, financial empowerment. All that's available for free for you to grow your business. So thank you very much for having me tonight. And before I leave you all, I'm going to let you know that this is a fundraiser. So we want to continue to help with the fundraising for the Black Business Network. I think all of you should know by now that we really need help as this next generation comes online, that we give them the tools necessary to continue to grow their particular career objectives further, whether it's going to be through going to college or going into a trade. So the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. That's that $BBX USA. And our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for August 2023. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I will see you on the other side.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.